Testing 1, 2, 3.
This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
and call this meeting to order. Commissioners Tammy McCaskill, Will Jones, Rufus Borum, and Justin Campbell. You're hereby notified that a special call meeting of the Palatka City Commission has been scheduled for February 28th, 2022. This meeting is called to commence at 6 p.m. and will be held at the Price Martin Center, 220 North 11th Street, Palatka, Florida. The purpose of the meeting is to hold a workshop to discuss American Rescue Plan Act funding. Please govern yourselves accordingly. At this time, we're going to ask our chaplain, Pastor London Mulberry, who would come forward at this time, lead us in the invocation. Chief Shaw, can you lead us in the pledge? Do we have a flag? Just face forward.
Father, we thank you once again for this time of coming together, this time to share certain goodness. Pray, God, that you will bless us coming together, give us a working knowledge, a working mind to look out and see what is needful in this. Pray that you would guide us with the wisdom that's necessary to do all that we can to please you. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill.
Here.
Commissioner Will Jones. Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Campbell. And Mayor Terrell Hill. We have a quorum, sir.
Next up is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. We will start out with our public comment. If you're here for public comment, out in the lobby, you have yellow cards like this. There are also some cards, they're in the back of the room. Fill out the yellow card for me. Bring it up when you're ready to speak, or pass it to Mr. Cutright, who's in the back of the room, so that we can have it for our record. As you come up, just give your name and address for the record, so that we'll have that information and you can give us your comment. So we've got a couple people who are here to speak on ARPA funding. It's really one true agenda item. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for all individuals who are here to speak on ARPA funding as well. I'll start out with Ms. Shonda Velasquez, who's here. If you're representative of an agency, give the name of the agency as well as you come forward.
Good evening. I'm Shonda Velasquez, owner of Helping Hands Resources. My name is Shonda Velasquez, owner of Helping Hands Resources Solution Center, 702 North 19th Street, Suite 3, Palatka, Florida. On behalf of Helping Hands Resources Solution Center, we are requesting that part of the American Rescue Plan Act funding be utilized to provide assistance to the residents of the city of Palatka who are having difficulties paying their rent, mortgage, and utilities. As mentioned a few meetings ago, we are aware of 3 other organizations within the county that are providing funds. However, it is not enough to provide for all of our residents' needs. In addition to providing funding to the residents, we feel it would be in the best interest of the community to distribute any or host budgeting and financial literacy classes to break this continuous cycle. As a small business that has utilized over 100 small businesses and nonprofit organizations within the county, we have had the opportunity to see many businesses maintain the Putnam CARES Act grants SBA, and TPP grants. Unfortunately, we have also personally heard the cries of small businesses and nonprofit organizations that did not get mentioned funding and are still financially recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. These businesses are struggling to pay their overhead costs, not having their former clientele or enough repeated clients, placing them at a financial strain. Nonprofit organizations are no longer getting their usual donations to provide assistance to the community. These organizations have been pillars of the community, providing school supplies, toiletries, household products, youth school clothing, and more. Please consider the distribution of
Any questions from Mr. Lashbrook? From the commission? Next up are League of Kitchens.
The League of Kitchens, 1027 South Phillips Street, Palatka, Florida. I certainly support all the charitable organizations in the city, and I commend them for their work. However, I want to make sure that you all do not, I repeat, do not take any of those funds away from the fire department. They must have that new breathing apparatus. If you don't have a good fire department, nothing else matters, basically, because it catches on fire and it's all part of. So please do not take that $330,000 away from the fire department that you already had earmarked for their new breathing apparatus. I would hope that you also would consider, or at least continue the paving, putting the water lines down on St. John's Avenue before the county goes in and paves it, so that you don't have to rip up the paving or have the county rip it up and just put the water lines down. And if possible, then yes, do give some money to these charitable organizations. And most important, don't forget Sheila McCoy, the Palatka Christian Service Center, who feeds people, gives them utilities, gives them groceries, and all kinds of good opportunities that she in the past has asked for help and been turned down, as have other charitable organizations. But number one, do not short the fire department. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiquita Williams. I am the owner of Community Hands of Hope LLC. And I am a certified anger management specialist and a certified batteries intervention program specialist. I'm here to talk about, for a few minutes, of the violence within our community, the shooting, the fighting at the school, and to offer anger management counseling as an intervention, and also to provide anger management support groups for our youth. According to the Detention of Juvenile Justice, our African-American males make up 21% of the population, but it constitutes for 50% of probation supervision, transfer to adulthood, residential commitment, and juvenile arrest. And so with the pandemic and the increase of culture anxiety, I'm offering that we utilize funds to provide places, an environment where children, young adults can express their anger and learn to manage their anger and their emotions in a healthy environment.
currently servicing students. So,
are you currently servicing students, providing services to students in the schools now?
Yes, I'm currently working with the school district. And currently I have serviced about 50 students that are coming in and out of solutions, and also to some of the middle schools as well, with children who are acting out. And the report that we're receiving is that the children are able to maintain their emotions, not to say that they're perfect, but they are working on trying to control their anger, their fights, and some of the emotions that they're going through.
Are you working with the elementary level students as well?
Yes, I am.
So as lower category, K to 12, would that be your area?
Currently, the lowest grade is about, I'll say about 9 to 28, between 8 and 9. And I'm also working to do a trial on how to work with pre-K students. Visuals to see if I can get any type of response. That I can do in a manner, more than just focus.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, have you seen the instances occurring more increase since the pandemic?
Yes, the pandemic, what we're finding is, and any of the teacher school systems are, we're finding that the pandemic has increased the anger and the anxiety, not only in children, but also in adults as well. One of the discussions that I had with the teachers who train teachers is that, Ms. Williams, we started at the lower level with the children, but we need to go to the higher level with the adults of teaching teachers how to handle children when they are acting out, because I'm working with children trying to communicate what they need. If you need time, if you need space, or if you need a moment, so that we can kind of prevent some of the disruptive behaviors in the classroom, the fights and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
And one of the things that you're seeing is, and most of the studies show that the children and adults are exhibiting behavior similar to PTSD as a result of the pandemic. And this is crime, violent crimes, domestic violence, things of that nature overall. And a lot of it is due to just the fact of the forced behavior of having to stay confined for long periods of time. And so it's a critical piece, I think, as we start to heal the community as a whole, to start to look at mental health and really investing in the mental health and educating the community as well as the commission and government as a whole about mental health, so that we can start to really begin to touch on the problems. We've had those conversations from a behavioralistic standpoint with people like Chester Wilson in this room, as well as Stephanie Wellen, among other professors. I know you've done it throughout your career. I see Latoya Anderson in the room as well. And so there are a number of different professionals who've been here who work for this aspect. And I think it's a critical piece. And I think it's something that we need to really look at as we have these conversations tonight. So we appreciate it.
Okay, Mayor, it's something that you mentioned that although anger management is not a mental health diagnosis, but it is, that's why I asked for intervention, because it is an intervention before mental health. And anger management is also mentioned in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Orders in 5 disorders, which is the intermittent explosive disorder, the opposition defiant disorder, disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, borderline personality disorder, and the bipolar disorder.
Any comments or additional questions, people from the audience? Are there any more speakers at this time? Again, if you want to speak, you can fill out a yellow card at the back of the room, come forward. If you'd like, you can just fill it out and once you finish, so that we'll have the record forward. Come on up as well.
Good evening. Regarding this meeting and giving me an opportunity to be here. My name is Stephanie Brinkley Wellen, and I'm a native of Putnam County, and I'm a licensed clinical psychotherapist. And I also am the owner of Clinical Therapy and Counseling, located at 113 North 4th Street. I've been in practice in private practice since 2016 here in Putnam County. I'm also a certified grief reform specialist certified in mental health, first aid trainer and facilitator. I am a certified anger management specialist, a CAMS 2, a certified anger management specialist 2, and able to offer anger management as a support to those seeking support for those areas. One of my concerns here is I'm here because I was asked to come here, honestly, but I've been an advocate for emotional and behavioral well-being for a long time. I'm also a mentor in our community and have been invested for quite some time in the emotional and behavioral health needs of our students as well as adults. One of the things that I am concerned about gravely is the stigma associated with mental health, and particularly in our African American community. It has affected us abroad, categorically and generationally, it's multi-generational. And we as a people, as a community, are experiencing it. It's a consequence of the ignorance associated with mental health. Mental health, if we take care of our mental health, we eradicate in many ways the need for treatment for a mental health diagnosis, Chesterfield testing. And so as a community, we really need to engage ourselves into understanding the stigma so that we can prevent the barriers that keep individuals from seeking out mental health treatment. And with that said, I, as a business owner myself, I am asking that we consider collectively, there are a lot of people in this room, and we need to come together. We can accomplish more together. We are licensed, certified, equipped, qualified, but we can't do this separately. I hold a license. I have 12 years of education under my belt. And I have over 33 years of experience doing this. And I know what I'm talking about. It's time for us to come together as a collective source to meet the needs, not only of certain individuals, but in doing so, when we come together, we can meet the needs of our community. We're sick. If you look at our numbers, and everybody knows that I coordinate behavioral health care for the school district. That's my part-time job, and I work it all day. And if I were to share with you the numbers, even with all of these interventions in place, folks coming into the school, in and out, folks are coming in here and they're leaving. We're cash cows. They come into these disparaged communities and they take. They don't live here. And that's just the truth. And it's concerning. They take and they go back to their posh neighborhoods. And we're still sick. If I were to share some numbers with you about how sick we are, it'll make you sick. And so what we're looking at now is the consequence of trauma, PTSD, as a result of being afraid, fearful, scared a lot. It's very stressful nowadays, and our children have had to live through this pandemic. And our adults. So I didn't have anything written down, but that's off the cuff. Thank you for your time. Thank you. So,
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, sir? Mr. Wood, get away with that without speaking, and they'll have to do that.
I'm really happy to see this. I personally, excuse me, Lori Slavin, 106 Robert Boulevard, Lake West. I'm personally not asking for money. Here for the support of the community. I think that we have a lot of wonderful nonprofits that are Mr. Alonzo there taking money out of his own pocket, Ms. Sheila taking money out of her own pocket to meet the needs of the community. Thankfully, I'm fortunate enough that I received some grant funding, so that's why I'm not asking for any money. But I would like to see some of these other really good, and I think there's a couple of people, Stephanie and someone else mentioned about the mental health crisis. We have seen the numbers of domestic violence way up, both in our outreach and in our shelter. We've seen the effects that it's had on children. We've had more children acting out in shelter since the pandemic than we've ever had before. Generally, when our families come in, they're very well behaved children, but they have gone through a tremendous amount being locked up in with their abusers, and it's very sad. And the mental health of the women, we've seen that too. Since we don't have anything in Putnam County, we have to transport our people to Flagler County. And that's really a shame, because a lot of times what happens is they don't want to go because their support systems here. Their families are here. This is all they know. They were born and raised here. So I'm just here to support all of these lovely folks, and I hope that we take into consideration all the wonderful things that they are doing and how much comes out of their individual pockets, much like school teachers and stuff. But I know those that are providing food services and stuff, they don't get enough money to feed everyone that needs to be fed. So that's all I have to say is I really hope that you consider supporting some of the nonprofits. Thank you. Sure.
What is your vacancy rate at your house?
For the most part, we are always full. We cycle them in and out, so they can stay 6 weeks. After the 6 weeks, we reassess them. And if they need more time, then they stay more time. We can keep them as long as we want. However, they have to be working towards something. But we will pay for education, housing, we will pay for electric bills, and that is where we are a little different than some of these others, is that we receive grant money to pay rent, mortgages, utilities, and also those big down payments that you have to have before you can move into a fix. Right, we do have some grant money to pay for that. So, but we are rarely empty.
Okay, but you know, that's excellent, but it sounds like you're making sure that the people who are seeing the facility, they have all the necessary resources they need before they are turned back out into the community. And I know it's many cases, people who have, mental health issues require quite a bit more services, and a number of times they just run out, from a funding standpoint. So thank you, and I appreciate you for all this.
Any other speakers? Pastor? Yes, the organization.
Good evening. I stand for a couple things. First, I want to talk as the pastor of a church that is right across the street for 20, in excess of 20 bullet casings were found after a shooting. If these things are visited in the shadow of the steeple of the church, these things can happen anywhere. And I think our community needs to understand that this is not a geographical issue. It is an issue of our priorities as a people and as a community. I am disappointed on several levels that these things are, I'm rough in saying this, please excuse me, allowed to happen because the preventative measures are not in place to prevent them from happening. I am completely empathetic with our chief of police. I understand that he has a difficult, if not impossible job, but his job is to enforce laws and investigate laws, investigate crime. We need to ensure, first off, that those under our chief that are investigating crimes have the empathy for the people that they are here to protect. We need to make sure that those, because I was concerned to hear that the neighbor of the church felt disrespected with bringing these issues to the forefront. Our chief needs to be empowered to ensure his officers have the best interest of our community. And I stand in support of our chief in allowing these things to be fleshed out so that they can be addressed. Because if someone is asking for something in advance of a serious issue happening in their home, this mother having in excess of 20 bullet rounds aimed at the back of her house, we need to find what we can do. But again, this is not a police-only issue. It is an issue in our community. Individuals have stood up, two of them stood up about anger management. We need to address the lack of opportunities for individuals in our community that believe selling drugs is the only opportunity afforded them in, let's just say, our city. Hopelessness is the forefront of these things we see in our community. If we don't stand together, as was said, we're going to fall apart together. And I'm rather disappointed at the makeup of this room tonight because it always appears that violent issues are a Black person issue, and it is not, it is a community issue. And those that are in the positions, in addition to our commissioners of power, economic power, need to also feel accountability to the neglect that has happened to our community in Palatka. The years of neglect is why we are where we are. I am not new to the area, but I'm not a lifelong member of the community. But I have been here long enough to see the things we all know need to be addressed that have not been addressed. So these are not political issues. These are issues of people. And when we stop having politics come into play with these things, and individuals that want to see government fail, basically cheerlead the destruction of our communities, we will no longer have a community. I also stand in support of our nonprofits, but I think our nonprofits also have a responsibility, because because it is said, and it's so eloquently said, that a lot of the leaders of our nonprofits, certainly not those in the room today, are getting a check. And they get their check no matter what happens in the meeting. We need to have accountability on these funds. So I'm hopeful that the funds will go back into the community. I hope there will be some prevention and intervention steps, but I also just want us to be mindful. I do have one question though that I would hope to understand the process better. And I'm asking out of ignorance. I don't know what our complaint process is if someone has a complaint with an individual officer. And what is the follow-up for that? I again know that they have a very difficult job, but if there is a mother that is making a complaint, I think knowing how that is resolved is helpful for us. And also, I just want to say, give transparency too. I've spoken to the chief and I've given the chief as pastor in this community my 100% support to help him in whatever he needs to do to help make our community a better place. I know that I speak for so many others. So thank you.
Chief, you're going to answer that question. Thank you.
Pastor Rogers, the police department, we have a very open, transparent process. You can come to the police department, fill out a formal complaint form. You can choose to make contact with me or any supervisor and inform them of the complaint. But once we receive knowledge of the complaint, we must then take action and investigate it all the way through, and you will be notified of the findings after.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know how confidentiality works, but how is that communicated to the community? If there's ability to communicate that to the community so that we will be aware of the outcome of the investigation.
All of our internal investigations, once completed, are public record. As far as publicizing them, we don't necessarily publicize them at this point. I'm sure in the climate we are in at this current time, I'm not sure that's the direction we'll end up going into, but they're up for the public record. Anyone can request any record of IA that's been completed at the police department.
Since we're just on the topic of that, let's go ahead and do an update. We actually mentioned doing the update for what took place on Thursday in our meeting. Mr. Holmes, Chief, you want to give us an update as to where we were? I know there was a meeting, Commissioner McCaskill was the representative for the city. And if you guys give us an update on what took place in the meeting, I think that's something that we can go ahead and do now.
Make sure you want to take that.
I'll take the lead. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Sally, you didn't want to take it? Just trying to share. We did meet, can you hear me? We did meet on Friday after the Thursday night meeting. Chief, Attorney, Commissioner McCaskill, Mr. Cutright from Cultural Affairs, myself, and met with Ms. Hightower and 3 others whose names I won't mention unless you wish me to. We spoke at some length, I don't know, hour and a half or so, approximately, I think, 2 hours, hour and 40 minutes, 2 hours. And attempted to understand better, I think, some of the origins of the issues. Ended up with a number of different positive steps that we are putting in place with regard to the attempt to look at the problem. We're going to try to increase the communication between the school system, the school resource officer, and the city police department. By that I mean The law enforcement in the schools are sheriff's department employees. And then you have school disciplinary personnel as well. And then you have the city police who are not in the schools. And it seemed after our conversations and during the course of our conversations that there could be an opportunity perhaps to get a little bit ahead of some of the issues if when known, I guess you'd say disputes or brewing disputes between groups or individuals, when that's known in the school because of a fight or an altercation that may not even advance to a fight, that there's communication among the agencies to make everyone aware of this potentially evolving situation. It seemed that there may be some of that particular phenomenon going on as an explanation for some of what is happening and that led to the shooting. I'm not trying to say definitively what the cause is, but it would seem that there have been some altercations and or fights at school that may be then leading to hard feelings that continue to evolve over time and maybe get worse instead of better. But as I said, since the deputies are the school resource officers, the city PD isn't necessarily at all made aware of an incident that occurs in the school. And most of the time, the school resource officer would know, but the school administration would know as well. So I think the chief actually went to school today, if I'm not mistaken, to start that process, but is that right? But we decided that we would go ahead and try to set up a procedure whereby there were periodic meetings and the length of that period would be determined by those that are most closely involved, so that there would be a meeting at which the different entities, the school, the sheriff's office, and the PD could be made aware of some of these brewing issues. As I think many of you may know, I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I understand that there have been some incidents where fights were literally basically pushed off the school campus, or groups were pushed off the school campus to fight off campus. But the PD is made aware of it is when they're called to the fight scene. So that's what I'm told. They haven't been made aware of the brewing controversy before it erupts to that level. So just one step was to try to start that process. Another step was, and Ms. McCaskill may want to go into more depth in this, but to organize a group of people who care. And I think the name of that group has not been decided upon, but people who care about the violence, and particularly the black on black violence, to see if some innovative ideas might be discussed about how to involve the community in attempts to resolve some of that. We talked about the fact that there is some mediation efforts, informal, I think, in the controversy that was made known at the city commission meeting. They had not been successful, but they were direct, and they had not involved a third-party mediator. And it was just discussed that, it was also discussed that the shootings we've had recently, there were 3 particular victims of the shootings who actually suffered wounds. And none of them would cooperate with law enforcement in terms of providing information about who did the shooting, maybe even the point of providing descriptions, maybe the point of not providing a description about the vehicle. So there were discussions about attempting to try to encourage in the community through the help of that group, but also through the help of leaders, community leaders, who might be able to step forward and try to convince the community that we're all in this. The police department can't solve it by itself. There's going to have to be help from the community, because despite what you might see on TV with the shows like CSI and those kinds of things, which I used to love when I was a defense attorney, because everybody expects you to be able to come in with the video of what actually occurred or the shell casing with a fingerprint on it. or whatever. It doesn't always happen that way in real life. Sometimes your tips come from people who know something and are willing to say, and that's not happening in real life right now. There's a corollary to that, and that is the community has to have respect and confidence in the police. That was made painfully clear in talking to Ms. Hightower, who was made painfully clear in talking to Ms. Hightower. There are certain members of the police force she said she would consider talking to, and others she said she wouldn't. I'm not saying she does or doesn't have justification for that. I'm just saying that it makes sense that if you want people to talk to you, they have to trust you to some extent, and that's something that has to be worked upon as well. In that regard, we did agree to go back and look for a body cam footage of the incident Ms. Hightower described and that she referenced specifically in her presentation to the City Commission, where she claims that she was disrespected. Again, I'm not saying yes or no. I am advised that that body cam footage was located and it's been provided to me late this afternoon. Actually, provided the city attorney, provided me late this afternoon. Haven't had a chance to look at it, and I won't comment on what it does or doesn't show because I haven't looked at it. I haven't seen it personally, but finally, then the conversation led to and discussed the need for us to try to involve parents. A lot of these things seem to be starting at school. And I say starting, I mean the incidents that ultimately lead to the escalation up to and including violence seem to be stemming from some things that happen at school. That's what we're being told. We understand that there's a point in time when a child reaches an age where maybe they aren't as susceptible to parental guidance or instruction as they might be at some of the time, but there's at least a need to try to involve the parents as early as possible in these situations to see if there can be some intervention at home or assistance at least at home in attempting to bring about some form of resolution short of violence. So I think that's a fair summary of what we discussed. Did I leave anything out? Mr. Castle, City Attorney?
Thank you. Well, I think you did a really good job, and the meeting was about one of the main concerns, and I do want to thank everyone that came in when it came out tonight. And first, I want to start off by publicly apologizing to our chief of police. I think that meeting was very meaningful, but we did discover that what's going on in our community is bigger than our police department. I mean, we have to come together, and I think it's very important that we understand that our lives matter all the time, not only when someone that does not look like us harm us, but when we do things to each other. And that was one of the candid conversations that I had with the Hightower family. And due to the lack of respect that we have for our local police department, folks don't trust them. They don't reach out to them. And I think if they start as a community, we'll start seeing a change in the behaviors and the violence that we're experiencing. With that being said, the Hightower family and I came up with a plan that we will meet every month, starting this month, March, actually. During spring break, we will meet in various locations throughout the community. We will meet in various locations throughout the community, and the first meeting will be here. And one of our problems that I address as an African-American community, we're not persistent. We don't have that wickedness. We have incidences that take place in the community and we don't stick with it and we don't stick together. And I'll say it, I have to say it, I feel like I've been quiet long enough, but we had Ahmaud Arbery who was killed in Georgia. And we did a local walk across the bridge. We came together, we protested, George Floyd got killed, and the nation came together. But we have local murders right here in this community, and we don't come together. We don't have strength oftentimes when things happen to us as families. And I looked at it from the standpoint from a mother's standpoint. But Ms. Hightower brought up a very valid point. Fathers suffer, families suffer. We have to come together. Local clergy needs to stand up. In the schools, we're doing the best we can as administrators when we know we have hands-on information about it. A lot of times, the Palatka Police Department don't know about it until it spills out into the community, because the Putnam County Sheriff's Office there are resource officers in the school. So we need to come together, but first, as I said, it's bigger than the police department. I did talk about Christmas time, when we have events in the community. Washington Street, the north side is shut down. Our police force is so small, you worry about them. Christmas time, I got on the phone, and I'm sorry, it's my moment and I'm talking. I called Chief Shaw, and I went through, and I couldn't get through Washington Street. We had taken over the community, and there were a handful of our officers out there doing the best they can. We gotta come together. It's bigger than them, it's about us, so we need to make our lives a priority. I'm sorry, but this is the conversation we had. We'll start meeting. Mr. Cutright's gonna get the information out. As I said, the first meeting is going to be here. We have the full support of our police department, Chief Shaw, Ms. Council, City Manager Holmes. So I would love to see you. We'll get that information out when we, it'll be in the evening. The family preferred to have our first meeting in the evening. We don't have a name for it yet, but we will be meeting, and we need the room packed. We need to address the issues in this community.
I think the summary was pretty on point. I think there was some things brought out that was, not to say, maybe misunderstood, but it was clarified. I think those items that was discussed at the meeting clarified a lot of the topics that from one side or the other was misunderstood. And we were able to speak on that. The other thing that came from it, we were able to talk about the need to increase and develop more lines of communication. And that wasn't discussed here, but as you know, you guys seen form of the pass along that I emailed all of you all this morning for the weekend pass along. We'll do the daily pass along every morning before. And then we've already started putting in place the information to ensure that it gets out to you on a regular basis in the time of serious incidents. So those are outside of what Mr. Holmes and Mr. Castle spoke on, was the things that we discussed at the meeting. And from my standpoint, I thought we had some things, some marching orders, some direction that we got from the meeting again moving forward, and I thought it was very helpful.
One thing I did forget, if you want any more application, I did. It was also discussed from the family that some of the things that had happened in school had not been redressed. Like I said, like a PD is not involved in that. That's the sheriff's office and the school system, but we were advised that some of the things that had happened at school had not been redressed in any kind of an effective fashion. Just repeating what was explained, but essentially to summarize it, it was a bit like those who caused the problems were not necessarily punished to a much greater extent than those who were the victims. I.e., apparently the school policy is that if you're involved in an altercation, even if you're not the aggressor, if you fight back or defend yourself, you also are considered to be at fault. Maybe not to the same degree, but at fault. And so it was discussed that in a particular incident, two of the family members had been attacked. They fought back. One was suspended for a minimal period of time. Both were suspended, but not for a long period of time. Well, I shouldn't say that, one for 9 weeks, but the aggressors were expelled, meaning totally out. But still, those who were not the aggressors were punished. So we talked about, from our perspective, the possibility of us looking at it from the criminal perspective, where, you know, the aggressor is normally deemed at fault, and the person who's just defending themselves is normally not considered liable. So we did agree to look at those incidents that occurred at school to see if they could be followed up on from a perspective of a criminal prosecution. If that was thought to be something that might quell or at least deter those from continue to carry out those events, because it was explained to us that the events just kept happening and happening and happening. So I think the chief did actually today inquire and find that there had been basically some juvenile justice action taken. I think as a result of that particular incident that we're talking about. But anyway, I don't know the disposition of it was, other than there was a deferred prosecution program involved in a couple of the instances, and then perhaps and then there's maybe a pending charge still. I don't know if it's disposed of or not. But the point was for us was what do we need to do to try to break the chain of this evolution that starts off with maybe something relatively mild but continues to grow until it gets into something very, very serious. We talked about the possibility of even a stalking charge or injunction, because the family was asking for help. How do we stop people from sending threats, coming by our house, et cetera, et cetera. So we're looking for any and all options to try to see if we can, maybe interrupt that chain so that it stops short of violence on the outside.
I'll speak to some of that coming from the standpoint of the individual that once these fights happen. One of the things that I did, we had a community forum that was done via the school district, and we talked about the disparities of discipline when it came down to our Black and brown kids being expelled. Half of the children that were coming before the expulsion hearing, more specifically this year, were those that looked like me. As a result, I stepped up, I went to the assistant superintendent, and I asked that we implement a pre-expulsion committee. On that, we're giving options for those students that are in those positions. However, what we've come to find out is that offenses are happening and the expulsion process comes months down the road. And some of the things that Attorney Holmes spoke of, I can say was not factual information. And of course, he is nothing against him, but those kids sat before me. All of those kids that were involved in those altercations all had to go through a process. Now, what the process is, it follows and it goes to, once it goes past me, it goes to the expulsion hearing. However, when it comes down to making sure that we as a community address it, we have to be ahead of the game, which I feel that we are. I feel that Commissioner McCaskill, the things that she stated are factual information. But again, being ahead of the game is making sure that we stay at the forefront when it comes down to it. Again, those kids who are involved in those disparities and all of those things, again, it was a time where we as individuals had to leave our jobs and go to the school to actually sit during the lunch because of these fights and these altercations. Being that the city of Palatka knew of it at that point, we should have took action. But again, I think I'm grateful for where we are, but when we come down to those disparities, when we come down to putting information out there, I just wanted to make sure that the information that we do put out there is a little bit more factual and not more he say, she say.
And to piggyback off that, again, when Mr. Holmes mentioned that it was information that was presented to us in the meeting, and at the time we could not fact check, so it's based on what the family shared with us. And in the expulsion process, and I understand that it's more Black and brown students coming before the expulsion committee, but at the end of the day, excuse me? Yes, yes. However, it's a process to follow in the code of conduct and ensuring that, we know that folks that are in leadership roles are making sure that everyone has to adhere to the code of conduct, and before they're expelled, every intervention has been exhausted. So I think that's very important, and the code of conduct is something that we as families and parents need to educate ourselves on, because before we get to that point, we'll know whether or not, hey, is this appropriate, if these consequences are appropriate for the actions. And yes, it is true. If you're not the aggressor, you can be the non-aggressor. If you are faced with in a situation where you can walk away and you decide that you're going to fight back, whether or not you're the aggressor, you instigated it, you will have consequences. So we must understand that, and I think that's something that we need to educate our kids on. We got to learn how to handle and deal with conflict, and you don't deal with conflict with conflict. Thank you.
I'm not a school district. And I want to get back to Mr. Rogers' question. I think he said he was disappointed in the way that things were handled. I know we're here about the ARPA funding, but I want to piggyback on this just for a minute or two, due to the fact that this is my first time hearing the solution we came up with. Mr. Rogers said he was disappointed. He was disappointed in the investigation after a family called and said that they were scared. They had been receiving threats of violence. And we have to take that seriously. And with all respect to the chief of police, that's our job to enforce the law, to be a peacemaker, and protect and serve first. I received those calls in reference to the fear that a family had in their house, to go in the house and stay there. I relayed that information. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that at this point, it's now deflected to something that happened at the school. It may have started at the school, but it ended up on our streets of the city of Palatka. I have had the opportunity to serve as a school resource officer, working for the sheriff's office, housing in the school, and a police officer with the city of Palatka. There are some collaborations. When things go on at the school, it should be some communication. But don't fall back on the school district. This is the two law enforcement agents. I'm not pointing fingers here in this instance, because I think these are adults that are involved in this shooting. It may be trickled down to some students, but we're talking about enforcement here to keep people safe. Public safety. And whether we like it or not, up here, it's our job to make sure the public is safe. We cannot have a police department that perception, I guess, I'll say perception, until I get facts. People are mistreated on the streets 364 days a year. When something happens, they're going to come out and talk to you, give you all the information that's going on the street. It don't work that way. You got to break down some barriers, and I think everybody understand that and is willing to do that. But the step has to be made by the department. Sometimes I see things, and I don't care to bring it out. I see things that just don't feel right or look right on certain instances of calls. It's going to fender bender and have 4 officers out. That half of the whole shift. And we have a call where somebody's afraid and say we don't have capacity to have someone sit down. We have to address that. And because I know if it was one of my relatives, I would want everything in the power of the police department or any law enforcement officer, law enforcement department to be there to protect my family. So I agree with Reverend Rogers on that. And all the things you said that that meeting that took place, I didn't hear one thing about a victim's advocate being involved. We had victims here. Sometimes we're missing the boat. I don't want to turn this in from a police problem to a school district problem. Folks, we don't control the school. What we control is the police department.
Well, which I agree with pretty much everything that has been stated by the various individuals that have spoken on this, and more so Pastor Rogers, Bishop Jones. We have, I mean, we go to a number of different conferences and different things, networking with people. And when we go there, we don't just go just to attend these conferences. We try to solve community problems with, when we engage with other cities. We have 411, 412 other cities that we deal with when we go on various conferences. So when I go, I try to work, and so does our other commissioners on this board. So I've brought some various things back as it relates to helping to break down some of the barriers between law enforcement and the community. And North Miami Beach had a program that they had in terms of community contact. And it's got quite a few things on there that we can do in order to be able to help, not just show up when things go wrong, but be there before things go wrong, be proactive. And so we gotta have our police department and everybody who represents in the community be there prior to. And I think the community will come out and they will work with our department a little bit more. And we gotta have other agencies involved. It's just not, you know, the city problem. We gotta have all our nonprofits to also be on board as well. So, you know, I brought a program back. You know, hopefully we can get this thing shared so we can get more things. And we opened up the Neighborhood Success Center back in July of last year. And we just gotta make it more active so you can present a presence in the community. And that's what we're looking for. And I think the presence will help either resolve or reduce some of the issues that our community has been facing.
To speak on the victims advocate part, one of the things that the Hightower family, one of the priorities were hearing from the chief. And I can say, in that meeting, we did find out that after the meeting that night, the chief did go out and visit the family, I think until about 2 that morning, and was out there the very next morning. So I think there was some satisfaction from there. And also subsequent of the meeting, Pastor Margaret has since visited the family, and I have had contact with the members. So we are going to start, we will be ambassadors in this process, the Hightower family and myself. So I did want to, you know, put that on.
Comment very quick before I say what I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm a little disturbed that the outcome of issues with the children at school ends up becoming criminalized. I would definitely stand up as a community member and say that the last thing we want to do is to get charges on these kids. If we have not done anything to prevent them or to address the anger management issues or the other issues going on with our children, to put them into the system is going to be the worst thing to do. And I know these jobs are hard. I know they are, but we've got to be able to find a way to address the root causes and stop cutting off leaves, because leaves grow back if you don't address the root. And the root causes of some of our issues are those disparities within our communities, those economic disparities within our communities that chief has no control over. Our kids having hopelessness, chief has no control over that. What we want to do is support our chief in what he does have control over and help him and empower him to do those things. But we need to have a whole of Palatka addressing of the root of violence. And we can't arrest our way out of it. We can't imprison our way out of it, because the ones we send to jail are gonna come back home. And they'll come back better criminals than we sent them out to be. So looking to charge them, I'm definitely not a proponent of that. Now, I will say this too. I live in the parsonage right next door to the church. I want to commend the chief and the police department, because every night when I come home, I look out the window, there is a presence in the neighborhood. I do want to say that that's great now. The brush in the lot next to the house has been cleared away. That's great now. We need to get to the place as a community that we get in front of these issues and address these issues before the houses get shot up, before the individual escalates to a place to where we're beyond return. So again, I want to commend the work that has been done now. I think it's a great start, but it's a start that we probably need to find out before the next one, what we're going to do with that. Thank you.
Todd Pearson, Pleasant Grove Church, Georgetown, Florida. But I hear a lot of stuff in the room. Sitting at the table, I was laughing on the inside. We talk about mental health, talk about talk about the different things that. But the thing is, Dr. Wilson says this, is mentorship. Mentorship is what builds the relationships with the school, the teachers, the kids, and the community. And enhances the mind to say, you know something, I'm gonna allow for this intervention to happen. I'm gonna allow to have this person come in and counsel me. I'm gonna allow these things to happen. And so you look around, the only time, to me now, this is me talking, you see things when people want to be in the spotlight. They come out when things happen. They come out, they want to have this vigil, they want to have that, they want to have this, they want to have this meeting, they want to have that march, all reactive. But we have to be proactive. We have to, and we have to go back down in the communities and take our communities back, not by force and not by love. Show the people that we love them. I mean, I hear a bunch of stuff, and I'm telling you facts because I got here in 2013, and in East Block in Mount. And I seen a sign across from the courthouse, and I didn't figure out what it was until I got down in the community and started dealing with the kids in the community. And walk around in the streets and stand on the corners and talking to different people. But there's two pillars that sit on that building across from the courthouse. The one side of the pillar says knowledge is power. The other side says ignorance breeds crime. And that building was built in, I think, 1860. Yeah. And so if you think about that, what it says, Putnam in the city of Palatka has been lagged in everything since that building, the rest of it. So my thing is this. We talk about these things in meetings, we talk about what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it. And it just goes, when we get out the door, it goes away. And so, and I'm gonna ask a question. I mean, you know, I don't stay here, so I really can't get in trouble. I'm gonna ask a question. How many people can show up in a place and say, okay, well, we ain't cooking no food,
We ain't doing none of that. We ain't having no fights. We doing that. I'm gonna put my name, say this, I'm gonna be at this certain spot at this certain time. And how many people you think gonna show up? Huh? No. Listen what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't want the people in the room. But can you show up in here and let me show up on the screen and then put my name, and I want the street to show up, because that's where the problem is. So I'm not talking about the people in the room. Yeah, we here. But can you stand and say, we ain't offering nothing, that this is my name, and the kids from the community, the hood, the streets, all that will show up. Because guess what? If we don't get the hood, the relationship with the hood, and the streets, and the community, and the kids out in the community, and the parents, you will never get anything. And I'm telling you, the proof is in the pudding, because I was here from 14 to 17. Look at the numbers. I was in every school in Putnam County, and the behavior was down. I was in every school in Putnam County. Instead of locking them up and sending them solutions, I went and mentored them and came to court with them and got them back in school and got kids scholarships to college for 3 years, from 14 to 17. So I'm not talking about all this, because we throw out PhDs, no disrespect, Dr. PhDs, and I got a master's degree on. I thank God I got a hood. The way folk can relate. So what I'm saying to you is this. All that other stuff is just like you garnishing up a good meal and then the meal ain't no good. But if we don't go out in the community and walk the streets, let the people know we know, let the kids know we care about, I guarantee you, a lot of this stuff is going on a deceit. It'll decrease, because proof is in the pudding. But it starts with mentorship. It starts with us getting back out there, beating the streets, not just talking about it, not just about we're gonna put this on paper. But let's go back in the hood. Wherever we got, let's go. I'm there all the time. I hang out with them, eat peanuts with them, sherbet, chili cup, hang out with all that. Why? Because I go right back. Any information that I need, they're gonna give it to me. And then that way I can better serve my community. So I think we have to start from a proactive level. And before I just go out, the mayor mentioned something years back when he was talking about right out in front of this building. And he's mentioning it, and some people frown about it. But the thing about it, the same thing he mentioned, you guys are talking about it right now. He said about, look, won't we bring all these groups, all these programs, all these organizations under one umbrella, come up with the agenda and a game plan, and then send everybody out from the umbrella to attack the different things that we have going on. Because everybody has a special, everybody got strength in certain areas. He said that about 4 or 5 years ago. I know he was standing out right out in front of this building, and people frowned on him. So let's not, why not reenact that now? Let's put that together now. Yeah, let's put that together now. That same thing you was talking about, bring us under one umbrella. You ain't got to wear my shirt, I ain't got to wear your shirt, we can wear a shirt that just say whatever, it don't make me no difference. Let's just go out and do the work. But people don't want to come under the umbrella because everybody wants the glory. Everybody wants something. And if it ain't live or ain't nobody at the forefront, ain't nobody doing that. So I say we go to that. Mayor, commission, I think we should visit that umbrella. And then speaking of those funds, take some of those funds and just help put to the umbrella, because if we do that, we'll get everything we talk about. Police chief won't even be under so much pressure.
I just wanted to add something. I was taking some notes here, and I've been a mentor since the early 90s. And even in mentoring kids, I understand the benefits of mentoring. It has a huge profound effect. But I'm going to tell you something in the research and just hands-on after all of these years, kids need their parents. Amen. And we are beating a dead horse. We are seeing, I have seen, not mentors, some folks in this room And what the issue is that we have, and when you have absent parents, you will have insecure attachments. If I don't have my parents as my seed, my daddy should have been my first love. And if he did not show me, and if he wasn't present, and to show me how a woman should be treated, I'm gonna miss something. So for 99% of all the adults, children that I have treated, one familiar quote is this: when you have it in expulsion meetings, absent parents leads to insecure attachments. Failed attachments leads to insecurity. Students and children and families who are broken. There's failed attachments, and then you have PTSD. PTSD is for real. When you live in your whole life from birth to 14 in a stressful environment, I heard someone mention that, we're talking about this incident that just recently occurred. I have mentored kids who live in public housing who have never been able to feel comfortable sitting in their front room, their living room. Bullets been flying for a long time. They didn't just start around here. Kids have not been able to play on a playground for a very long time. This trauma is multi-generational. I'm scared. Grandma was scared. Great-great-grandmama was scared. Guess what? These babies are scared. And the body keeps the score when it comes to trauma. It's in there, and how it manifests itself is just what you're seeing right there. It's a reaction to stress. Mentoring works, but it does not take the place of
Is that what you're saying? We need to be trying to school parents in classes.
yes.
Take that right there. That might be their parents.
Parents who have not been parents.
Babies are having babies. You cannot. Their parents. The babies are having. Thank you very much.
All right, bring us back home. Because we've attacked the problem from various capacities. First and foremost, you have to address historic harms. You have to address historic harms in order to do anything that's going to be of any value in the future. If you can't get past the hurt, it doesn't work. But it's not just the social aspects, it's not the psychological aspects that we're talking about. What brought us here was an issue that pertained to one family and the response that they perceived that they got from law enforcement. They called the day before, saying we believe we got information that we're going to be shot at. It obviously wasn't taken super seriously because they got shot at the next day, just like they said what they believed. And that's concerning. I see Reno Fells in the back of the room. He's our recreation coordinator. Reno, we've been talking about neighborhood investment in these same issues for decades. We've addressed them and had action plans for decades. Pastor, we've been in the back of this room. We've been in rooms together for decades doing the same thing. And my problem is, the same things that we planned 20 years ago, we got to readdress it because after the issue slowed down, we stopped doing what we did to help resolve the problem. It's a cycle. Here's the issue. Had it not been for the Hightower family coming in the room, we would be having the conversation because it was forgotten. It was forgotten that we needed to continually engage people. Would we be having a strategy meeting about what we needed to do when the strategy was created 20-something years ago, when we sat in this very same room talking about our children shooting at each other? Is that not right, Reno? We've done this before. It ain't nothing new. We don't have to reinvent it. We got to do what we said we were going to do the first time and keep doing it. We know that the community is absent a whole bunch of time until there's a crisis and something has happened. We look for the pastors to be involved all the time, but a lot of times we don't get as many pastors we have in this room. We point the blame at everybody else and we deflect it, but the reality of it is this. We look at law enforcement to keep peace. We look at our police officers to do certain things. We've included strategies for years and years and years. The purpose of the updates and one of my major concerns is when we look at America and what's going on right now as it relates to social justice and all the responses that are taking place. When we look at people who have historically been victimized based upon the law, and the law has been the mechanism used to do so. We just finished Black History Month. This is the last day. But if you look at what happened, those mechanisms, those hurts, those harms are the reason that we have gaps in society, in education, in crime, in wealth, in all these various capacities that increase the opportunity for people to be engaged in deviant behavior. But if we don't engage the people continuously, if we don't find ways to take individuals who are within the communities where the deviant behavior is most prevalent, we'll continually lose the battle because nobody can speak the language. If we don't become proactive and build relationships that last for decades, we're going to lose the battle. The question is simply, had they not showed up, what would we be doing right now? Would we continue to ignore the responses that were necessary to get where we needed to be? Would we not believe that we need the training? Would we have gone out and reached out to the community? Would we be having a conversation about mental health? Would we be doing any of this stuff? Because we weren't doing it prior to what happened 2 weeks ago. Would we have been doing it if it hadn't come before us at the commission meeting? That's my concern. It's not an attack on law enforcement. It's not an attack on the community. I don't want to turn it to the school board and let it just be about the school board, because not very long ago, Dr. Wilson, Ida Wright, who were professionals, me, Chief Shaw, Captain Williams, Michael Bowie, we all sat in a room and talked about what was the response from the educational side to dealing with deviant behavior in the school, and did we have to look at the root cause, which went back to the home, which went back to issues of mental health, which went back to issues of love. And the answer wasn't to punish it. The answer was to look at it and be willing to assess it and get to the root cause. Punishment ain't the answer. The answer is in consciousness. The answer is in culture. And if we can't create a culture where law enforcement and the community are one, it don't matter who's in the house. Because folks will feel as though their rights have been violated and never respond to another call to help you find a witness, to help you find the person who perpetrated a crime. It's a two-way street. And sometimes our side of the street from the government side has to drive the boat and make the relationship become festive. We've got to be proactive. There are a million reasons to assess, but at the end of the day, most people in this room weren't perpetrating the deviant behavior. But we lock our doors every night in fear. We go home we go home worried about what's going to happen on the other side. We read the newspaper, and most of the time we turn a blind eye to what's really going on until it starts to affect our household. But more has to be done. I'm glad we had a great meeting. That's the first start. We shouldn't have had to have a great meeting because we should have already been meeting. If we would have already been meeting, there would have been a need to have another great meeting. It would have only been a need to continue to mobilize and reinforce and gain more people. But why does it take some shootings to take place for us to mobilize when we already know what's going on? We've got to be proactive in what we do. Chief, it starts with you again. It starts with this commission. But I look to law enforcement in this community to lead the charge as it relates to how we combat violent crime. That starts without a gun and a badge. It starts with the heart. And until we get to a point where we can build relationships with officers and communities, when we start by walking the beat, when we stop just having programs by name and the programs actually go out and do something, it's not going to change. And it's more than just recreation and sports. It has to be engagement. And that's what all those programs were about with the Department of Justice and all this other stuff. I appreciate everybody here, your comments and your energy, but go give it to 5 other people and bring them back with you the next time. Because that's where it starts. Our young people aren't in this room. That's the key. We can talk about this all night long and we won't, because we're going to talk about ARPA in a second. But what I want you to understand is this. I expect to have a real strategy on the desk real soon, and I hope that it's already written as to how we engage and deal with deviant behavior and violent crime in our community, and how we begin to get the community to trust us again. Because the one thing that's not happening is this. It's not just the criminals who ain't trusting the police. It's good folks who don't trust the police. There's a whole bunch of people out there who have concerns about what's going on with the relationship with law enforcement. And my goal is that those questions begin to be answered and those relationships begin to be repaired or even created. I'm tired of getting complaints on a regular basis about how people are treating folks in the street. If you stop me on the traffic stop and get my license and registration or whatever you need and make me feel good about the fact that you're giving me a ticket. But don't make me feel like I'm a drug dealer if I ain't selling dope. Don't make me feel like a criminal when that stuff doesn't really happen. And then don't get mad because I begin to voice my rights. If I go tell somebody that you didn't treat me right, then you need to address the fact that I felt like I wasn't treated right, even if you feel like you did treat me right. Because at the end of the day, hearing me creates a whole bunch of happiness in what we deal with. But attacking me or making me feel like I'm not being heard and you're on the defensive, it creates that barrier that we're trying to overcome. But there's some things in this community that need to have answers. There's strategies that need to be employed and articulated to the entire community. Our crime stats need to be given to everybody on a weekly basis. We need to know what's going on in every sector of our community. We need to create mechanisms to get that information out so that when we have those issues, we can say we need to mobilize our team that we already have established in one neighborhood. This stuff already exists. It's time out for just being a reactive community that has this crisis space that comes out only when there's an issue that becomes a hot button topic within the community. Let's create lasting strategies. Let's put them on the table so that we can start to deal with this stuff on a regular basis. I don't want to be in another meeting talking about we need to get the community back together so we can deal with this issue. We need to build relationships. It's already in the book. It's written. The playbook is written. All we got to do is run the plays. But if we call it time out and chilling and parking at the gas station on a regular basis, there's no plays being run. Let's get out, knock on doors. Let's roll our windows down when we're out on patrol. Let's go out and be officer friendly, like Tony Robinson talked about the other day, where he wants to create a new relationship with people when we see them. But that's the Palatka that we need to have. We don't need to have that old Palatka where people got to march and fight for what they believe in. There needs to be a Palatka that's going to be the what's happening city, like Commissioner Campbell always talks about, where we are engaged with our community and they see the chief and they call it coach because that's what they do. But everybody needs to have the same respect that Coach gets, because Coach Shaw has kids who look at him like a father. But some other officer who just came in here who may be 19 years old needs to have kids that look at him the same way they look at Coach Shaw. And that has to be passed down. And it has to be expected. And it has to be the norm. And then, I can't leave it by itself out there. When you see wrong, you gotta talk, you gotta speak up. And if you don't speak up, then ain't no need to complain. If you're not gonna be a part of the process, you're a part of the problem. And that's where we start. So we can continually talk. I hope we see all y'all back in March. But I don't want to wait till then. We want to continue to get engaged as of now. Anybody who hasn't been engaged, let's re-engage and bring 5 other people with you every time you come. Bring some young people with you. Pass this spirit and this energy on to everyone else so that we can move this community forward. Because I don't want to sit in another room and talk about a shooting and this time have it be a 6-year-old get killed for real. Because at that point, you're all going to want to march and have visuals and do all this other stuff. when you could have just came together and made this stuff happen from the beginning. So that's where we are. Now we're gonna talk about ARPA. We're not gonna talk about this right now, and we're gonna move forward. I can promise you, if you're not talking about ARPA, we're not gonna talk about anything. And so we're gonna talk about ARPA because I know that's what you're here for. And we're gonna move it forward, and we're gonna go on. You got an ARPA conversation for me, sir? Go ahead. We are moving it down.
First of all, I'd like to commend everybody who addressed the issues that's going on in our community. Great issue. Second of all, I commend this commission for including the community's input as to how these funds should be used. You didn't have to do it. For my concern, it's the best commission we ever had for the city of Palatka. First of all, I'd like for some of these funds to be earmarked for. First of all, I'd like to see some of these funds be earmarked for matching funds for historical building restoration. Not just residential historical buildings, but the historical buildings that represents the public, like libraries, churches, schools, and what have you. My church in specific, we've applied to the Historical Preservation Board, which is federal funds, try to get funds to restore our church, but our application was approved, but we were denied receiving those applications because we couldn't raise the matching fund. So I'd like to see some of those funds go for historical restoration matching funds. You apply for federal grant funds. Second of all, I'd like to see some of the funds used to buy a building for a homeless shelter, And we have a nonprofit organization called People Council Action Net. And People just decides the management, the manpower, and running after we secure a building. But I'd like to see some of the funds maybe to go toward purchasing the building for that purpose.
They can't be used for that.
Okay. Well, that excludes the second request I had, but the first one is still on the book. Thank you. Thank you. The union for home services.
We're gonna go ahead and move into our ARPA presentation so that you've heard some requests. We want you to hear what the areas in which the funding can be used and how it can be used within the community. So we're gonna give just a brief overview of ARPA and kind of go through that at this point. So I'll turn it over to the city manager to go ahead and start the conversation out, and then we'll go from there.
So, as everyone probably knows, the ARPA monies have some restrictions as to how they can be used. If you don't follow the guidelines in the use of the funds, then you run the risk of having to pay the funds back. The city got approximately $5.2 million worth of funds in total. I think we've gotten the first tranche of that, as they call it, about half, approximately half. We haven't, the second half is not received yet. We have it, but as I said, we spend it at our risk, at the risk of having to pay it back in the event a source which we apply the funds is considered not eligible. There have been continuing circulars and guidance issued by the federal government regarding how the funds can be used. I think I got another update today, even as late as just a seminar, notice of a seminar today. So they've been continuing in that process, but the guidance has become more definite over time. What we've done is I could go back, and some weeks ago, we presented a table to the city with some potential sources or uses of the funds. And that table is in this presentation as we go down, but as you see, some of the key objectives of ARPA and the spending categories are now on the screen, which was to support COVID-19 response efforts, bring the pandemic under control. Depending upon who speak with, the pandemic may or may not be under control, but at least the infection rate seems to be down. We can replace lost revenue for eligible recipients, strengthen support for vital public services, and retain jobs. 3, support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses. And 4, address systems, public health, and economic challenges that contributed to unequal impact of pandemic on certain populations. Those are the overall and a very broad overview of what the funds can be used for. The funds have to be expended, as the table above shows, the funds must be expended and all work performed or completed by December 31, 2026, checks written. Back up from that date, you see the obligations for the funds have to be incurred by December 31, 2024, and contracts awarded. And then you have a retroactive period of coverage back to March 3 of 2021. And I'm going kind of quickly over this, but if you have questions, we can go back. This had to do with one of our projected projects for use of funds that I went into some detail with at a recent commission meeting. What I'd like to do is go here, and that's not very.
Can you hit those lights right there?
Is that gonna be large at all?
It's not gonna make it better.
Not gonna make it better.
They all have it in packets though.
So each of you that picked up a packet will have this table in the packet. And what we've done is create a number 1 category entitled community programs. Because there are such a wide variety of potential programs, we didn't try to articulate them. We just put that as a number 1 listing because of the commission guidance, which indicated that they wish to address the issue of community programs upfront. So our top topic was community programs. Obviously, depending upon the particular program, we couldn't offer an opinion as to whether it's eligible. The funding for it would come out of our general fund, and then on a topic by topic basis, we would recommend or provide guidance to the city attorney and staff regarding eligibility. Then we have, I guess, about 8 categories, I guess, 3, 6, 8 categories of expenses that are pretty clearly eligible. They're everything in green. The 3rd column from the left would show the green shading, and then to the left is the description of the project. And then the last 7 projects, we show partial eligibility or uncertainty about whether or not they're eligible. Those are the last in the top table. So obviously there's more money here than we can spend more money than we have, but the allocation of the funds is for the commission to decide. The staff will do everything we can to provide guidance and then implement the programs that staff determines to move forward with. So as an overview, Lauren, your job, want to say anything? Madam City Attorney.
You done? Are you done? Well, as we look at the plan and project list, and that's a little thing. When we say community programs, look at eligibility, it says. Could we expound on Jonathan, whoever the administrator is, what type of programs? Can you give us an example of some of the programs? Because there are people that's out here wanting funds. We kind of like give them some of those examples. What are the requirements? Yes. Yeah, requirements. That's I'm quite sure that's what the focus on.
go back to that. If you go back to that first, yeah, the spending categories, essentially, if it falls under one of these, if it can be justified or explained under one of these primary spending categories, then we can drill down and try to get more specific guidance as to whether or not we can, we can move forward with it. We know infrastructure in general is not considered to be an eligible expense. But let me defer to Lauren and Jonathan about some of the ones that might be. Can you tell me what the interference is?
Try the red mic. I'm gonna put new batteries in that one.
Well, if you have a question, raise your hand, you can be acknowledged and ask if your program or whatever you guys are thinking is covered by the spending category.
So in general, nonprofit assistance is an eligible expense, but it has to go through the same test as any other eligible activity. So you have to read the final rule in detail to make sure that by extension, what the nonprofit is doing is an eligible activity. So to Mr. Holmes' point, we do need specific examples to be able to read the final rule.
Where can we find the rule?
So we actually have the link posted on our website. We can give you that information before you leave, but there's a couple of different websites, National League of Cities and the United States Treasury has all the documentation for anyone to access.
So it's still very much fluid. So things that we may think may be qualifiable, they may not actually be. So it's a very fluid. We're getting information. We actually took a class in one of the conventions, conferences that we went to. This is something new for everybody. So the process is clearly still not specifically defined. So it's changing daily.
Those updates are provided online. So if it's changing daily, will you consider the requirements according to the date that the application was submitted and what was required at that time? Or are you changing with?
It changes which trickle down from the state, from the government.
Right, but how are you looking at the applications after they are submitted and something changes?
For instance, if an application is submitted and at the time it's submitted, we think it might be an eligible activity. And then we get the next circular and it says, no, that's not an eligible activity. Then we're not going to be able to fund it because if we, there's been a series of interpretations. So yeah, it's a rule that's very gray. And then we consider to get we continue to get advisory and explanatory guidance from these circulars that are issued. And as the city attorney indicated, one of the more recent ones was termed final, but then we got another final one after that. So it's just one of those things that we're working with. Some things are pretty clear. And so there are certain categories that there hadn't been a lot of change in. Certain categories they indicated would be eligible, and they've not changed in that. But those are some of the categories that are on that chart that you've got that we said basically clearly eligible. And then some of the other ones, even we noted on our sheet, we're unsure about, because as the guidance goes, we continue to reach out to the League of Cities. We reach out to other entities, other cities, as you heard. The commissioners, many of them went to workshops at some of our recent conventions and received guidance. And while things do continue to evolve and we get more clarification, it's been an ever-changing landscape. It just has.
Does this allow opportunities for for-profit organizations?
Correct. At this time, they only identify assistance to nonprofits.
I think Ms. Oliver has a question. It says that you guys support immediate economic stabilization for the businesses. So what about the small businesses downtown? What information do you have regarding that? And also the termite issue. And then there's some type of sprinkler water system for businesses. Which was brought to my attention because I was being charged triple what my water was. I never got a PPP loan. I only got the loan that you got. I only got the grant that you guys paid for, which was I had to pay taxes on, which wasn't that beneficial. So I mean I don't expect anything from you guys, but I mean it would be nice if you guys would like fix the water issue so that we aren't wasting hundreds of gallons of water a week or a month. You know, that's a terrible issue that needs to be, figured out.
So as a point of clarity, we didn't give out a grant before that grant was given out by the county. It wasn't by the city. That was the county's grant given out by the county based upon the funds that were put in place from the federal government and distributed down to the states to the county. That didn't happen. As it relates to infrastructure, we spent the last 6 years talking about infrastructure improvements to downtown. The latest project is going to kick off a multi-million-dollar project, totally revamps all infrastructure in the downtown area of the street where your business is. An entire streetscape. There have been a number of meetings, public meetings. There have been letters that have gone out to every business owner. There have been surveys, there have been maps, there have been identities on all of this stuff, and it kicks off. If you go to the city's webpage, you can pull up the schematic and it shows you exactly what's going to happen right there.
So that I can get information.
You can go to the website and sign up, and you'll get all the notifications that come right there.
I'm saying as far as mailing the businesses, I've never been informed. I've never gotten any type of mail in my mailbox as far as.
You can talk to postman if it comes, I can promise.
I've got
And
my.
I get it, I get it in line, but
A
get
lot
it
of
to
the
the
work,
clerk.
a lot of the notifications that, I want to say we're pushing it out to the city, it comes through the gas, it comes through your, gas or utility bill. So if you are not one that opens it or gets that, you probably won't see the notice, but all of our notices go out through those in the city, through your utilities. Water, sewer, and gas.
Now, you can see,
She's the clerk.
They will be the direction to the right. But there's a link. National News Cities have available that gives you all the information you need. We can get that link forwarded to you guys so that you can see the information that we're seeing. And you will be getting updates as well. So it should be anything, truly transparent.
Well, I work to get the 100
A few days ago, it said it was unused. I couldn't find too much of anything. Is it correct? Has it been completed, the construction of it?
It's still, it's still under works right now. I think the ADA compliant piece, so we still got that under construction. As it relates to how information is published, how referred to, how we move forward. Information that's on our website. This is kind of give you a little information on that.
There is also also a news flash on the homepage of our website, but we'll make sure that it is clearly defined. In addition, I can make sure that we have a specific page that is totally dedicated to ARPA that has all the links and all the resources on there, as well as my email and phone number.
Now, one more question, please. Will there ever be a formal application, or we're still trying to sift through all of the criteria?
This is your opportunity to make your request.
You mean, like, vocally now? I still got to go. We need money to help our residents. We kind of wide, so we have to read a flag for the city of Palatka, but I don't think that would be difficult. Rent is ridiculous, and even utilities, and as Mr. Ware said a couple of meetings ago, people are hurting and facing eviction. And so we would just like to request some funding to help people maintain.
What is the county meeting? How much money is the county giving?
Zero. They're still talking about, they don't have the heart for nonprofits. And they'll say it from whatever that thing y'all call it, dice or whatever. Yeah.
Is there an amount you requested?
Sure, how about 75,000?
Keep going. Stop. No, that was actually cheap. I expect you to ask for. So, come on.
What does it? 150,000.
Ask for it.
I spoke to Pastor McCoy after the meeting that she's having a ask about it because I think as a cost estimate for this. And I want to know, out of the $5.2 million that was mentioned earlier, is it any way possible that number can go up?
No. 5.2 or more.
Not the 5.2, but 50,000.
50,000 for what part?
For city utility payment assistance, gas, water, sewer, and garbage.
None of the numbers are concrete, those are recommendations.
Okay.
Numbers will come from.
When will this funding be available for you? How will it apply?
Who said, we haven't decided there's gonna be an application process for the residents. We're having this meeting to determine what's the methodology in which we distribute. What we put the money towards, what category, how there.
Can I ask a question? With the county commissioner, and when it came down to the residential side, they skipped over my business and they went outside of the county. Is it possible that whoever you have to distribute this money out, it stays within the county?
No, our money don't live in the city.
Okay.
Like I said.
Seems to me that the school system, from what I understand, you have a project, you spend the money that's in the pool, and then somebody decides whether you can
might have to pay that money back.
Washington DC.
Well, I'm just saying that it's, I mean, you guys are, you're elected officials. Has anybody voiced an opinion on that?
So we have continuously, while we're waiting on the final, we're waiting on the final plan, then we're waiting on the final plan, then we got the plan after that plan. So at the end of the day, those who are paid a lot more than we're paid and who are in Washington DC, who employ their own sets of logic, and they cut the check, so they make rules. And so we're only playing the game based upon the rules that were given to us. We've complained to the state and we complained to the Fed. And so at the end of the day, we're all stuck with, on the ground level, municipal government is where we are closest to the people. But we gotta listen to the folks in DC tell us how we can take care of our people. And that's how the rules are played. Does it make sense to us? No. Have we been fussing about it continuously? Yes. We've been on a million calls. We've been on a million Zooms. We've been to DC. We've been to Tallahassee. And at the end of the day, we're limited. And are there other areas where we think there'd be greater benefits to the community? Yes. But the people who make the decisions are the folks who have in DC. And they pass it down to the folks in Tallahassee to distribute the funds, and the funds are distributed that way.
So if you decide to spend the money on the project, then you gotta come up with the money.
Right. So we try. So there are some, they give you a little bit of help with what projects are out there. And so we try to do it that way. We even make phone calls to the people who make decisions to say, hey, what about this project? And that guidance is a 50-50 shot that you even get somebody to tell you what to do. And Ms. Shank can tell you that figuring out whether some stuff makes sense, it's DC. That's all you can say. Any other questions before we move on to this presentation?
Yes, I see you on the spreadsheet, community center with without a cost estimate, is there already an established community center? Or is this where a planned community center?
Is there an established community? One, right part.
Okay.
Is a community center. Is a community center. So those are two that are owned by the city right now.
Okay, so I'm reading the notes and it indicates by intervention program. So what community center provides those intervention programs?
This is a staff recommendation, so I'll let staff take the recommendation.
Mayor, it was asked if community centers would be an eligible expense. In staff's research, that is one of the only ways we identified where it would be an eligible expense. The acquisition of a building or the improvements of a building that doesn't provide those services are not eligible.
So we need to have a program within one of these established community centers and request funding for that.
You don't have to have a program within.
I think that the explanation was, the question was asked, could we fund a community center or repairs or renovations or establishment of community center? And I think that the answer was,
No, that's what,
That's not much. This is, it doesn't say anything about repairs, it's referring to prevention.
we were asked by the commission if there were ways that we could make improvements to specifically the Jenkins Gymnasium. And what we had found at the time is the only way we could facilitate potentially getting funding and using it was through that exact verbiage. But what they had asked is, would we be able to sprinkle the Jenkins Gymnasium, which is one of the conditions for us to use the facility as a community center? No, we found that in the ruling, that is not an eligible cost. So the reason why it's on the list is because it had been identified to staff about the community center in general. And like I said, we tried to dig in and find ways that we could facilitate.
But the city of Palatka does not have a community center that offers prevention programs.
Correct. Yes.
And to my understanding, this meeting is for you guys. This have been created by staff recommendation. You guys are the citizens of the city of Palatka, taxpayers, so your needs should be on here.
And the purpose of this meeting is to inform us.
Right.
So let us know what.
So this is what this is for. So I think we standing back, you looking at it. Do you have any questions? You're asking good questions, but what do you see as a need that needs to be on this list that's not on this list? Because as you heard, staff recommendation. Now their recommendation is going to come to us for final. So community input is great right now. What you feel that we need in our city.
Because I thought these were the only one that was not suggested by council.
That's staff being proactive in putting together recommendations based upon stuff that's been discussed throughout the course of time since Harper has been put in place. That isn't etched in stone, just done.
Yes, I support it all. I got a problem with on the north side with the fade and the sidewalk. Y'all was talking about that on St. John Avenue. How about on 19th Street? Down Madison Street and everywhere else. We got bad action, what we the action the road. I think I done talked about concerning that before. And that should be on y'all problem.
I think we need a parking garage. Our city is robbing, especially our senior citizens, people that have wheelchairs. There is terrible access to get to the courthouse. They may be late to a court hearing or something like that. There is nowhere to park. And then when they had the bass tournament, I mean, it would have been a luxury for the guys to have a safe place to park their boats. And it would have been secured rather than have to take these beautiful $80,000 boats that they have to go in the water in and run over 10 million potholes that are 10 feet deep. I mean, that is not enough of a good experience, period, because what if somebody damaged their boats? People damage their rims, people damage their tires often, but nobody considered some of the boaters that had to take their boats all the way to St. Augustine to go get dinner because there's nowhere to eat here because Portugal was packed. And then where am I gonna park my boat? I mean, the city robbed these bassmasters of being able to just park their boat somewhere, get in their truck, and just have a nice time in this city. I mean, y'all get upset, people might get their court case, they can't find where you gonna park in the middle of the street. I mean, there's nowhere to park.
Courthouse is owned by the county, they don't have parking lot.
Aside from the parking lot, it goes over to small businesses. They have to park everywhere. I mean, if there's a function, when the bass thing was here, they were parking at the courthouse. They were parking in small business there. There's no designated parking for anybody downtown except for the courthouse.
Public parking lot on the street, there have been several parking studies that have been done that indicate by people who the experts say parking is not a problem in downtown. You got business owners right now who are working towards building a private parking lot in downtown.
That must mean that there is a parking issue.
Now, that just means somebody's trying to make money. Because it's free. I mean, the luxury to it is that you get a park in front of the building.
That's ridiculous. They didn't want to, that's not, no.
I think the thing when we're dealing with the situation and dealing with the functionality of the city, there's different pots of money that can be used for different things. So I think when we're looking at, when we talk about potholes, we talk about infrastructure, there's a certain pot of money that can be used for that. There's a certain pot of money that can be used for certain things. And a lot of times what we're trying not to do is we're trying to come up with a collaborative effort to work with the county to address some of these issues, because it makes no sense for us to go repair roads when the infrastructure up under the roads is messed up. So it's a holistic approach that I promise you, we are a lot closer to a solution now than we have been for years.
So before we get into more of those questions, I'm gonna go to the presentations and we'll come back to some questions after the presentations. Let me get these two presentations out of the way in the back, and we're gonna come back to some more questions, and you can answer questions continuously. And so,
First up, right, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ida Wright, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, City Manager and staff, for allowing us to come and present. We are here to talk about small businesses, and I've heard a whole lot of conversation tonight that just caused Dr. Chester Wilson and I, who's a Palatka native, to just start jotting down some information. A little bit about me. I was the Dean of the College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Palatka University. I worked there for 26 years. I recently retired. I sat on the Volusia County School Board for 8 years. I was the chair of the school board. So as I hear this conversation, I hear everything that's going on, it just dredged up a whole lot of memories for me, because these are some really hard issues as elected officials they have to deal with, but as citizens that we have to deal with, and especially as parents. As you said, it starts at home. And so what can we do to help some of the things that we see now at home? I just want you to take a minute and you go back to a neighborhood where there are affluent neighborhoods. Do we have these conversations? Do we have these conversations where affluency and money is available? And the answer is no. And why? You have to understand that small businesses are the backbone of any neighborhood. And one of the reasons why we were here, my colleagues and I, Bethune Cookman Wilson, one of my chemists, she's a biological chemist, came up during COVID to work on some plans. Before there was a vaccine, of how do we deal with this in our field? I'm from Volusia County, born and raised in Daytona Beach, but we have some of the very similar issues. What can we do to help our citizens? We also partnered with the city of Palatka to write a grant for COVID and the city of Daytona, just to address some of the things that we're going to talk about, and most of them have to do with small businesses. And why? Well, like I said, I was Dean of the College of Business and Entrepreneurship, and small businesses are very passionate about that. But not just for adults, for children too. We got to give kids opportunities to express themselves, and entrepreneurship actually is a great way of doing that. We, as people of color, don't really buy into entrepreneurship. We want you to get a job, work every day, and you should, and we could, and we have to sometimes. But making them think independently with entrepreneurship, how to create their own generational wealth, that's what we need to do. But we first got to do it with the government. And how do we do that? So when we start looking at small businesses in Volusia County, we looked at some small businesses in Putnam County, the one thing we realized, many of you weren't able to benefit from some of the funding that was available because you didn't have your house in order. And that's why we're talking to how do we get our houses in order? Because when you have a good financial base, we can deal with stress. Many stresses in the Black home deal with finance. So how do we do that? So we came up with something called a maximum. Don't let Dr. Wilson introduce himself, and then we're gonna get it, because it's your home. So go ahead, Dr. Wilson.
Hello, family and friends. I am Chester Wilson, and just like my business partner here, Ms. Wright, I was born here in Daytona Beach, and being able to born in Palatka. I went to Daytona Beach to go to college, where for many of you know about the yes, sir, wow. And I was able to actually return to the Bill Cookman University as a professor, where I taught 12 years. Also had the privilege of working with the Wright, who was the dean of the business and entrepreneurship program at BCU. In addition, I had an awesome opportunity to transition over to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, as we know as a worldwide university, where I am still currently teaching College of Business. So in addition to the theoretical perspective, I've also got the practical perspective of it as well. Both being right now, both have graduate degrees in business administration and starting businesses. And that's where I get to come to you, is that I've got to start businesses. And as you've heard me being called out, I've got to start a couple of businesses. One of the businesses I have is a small healthcare center in Daytona Beach. And I'm excited to share that I just signed a recent partnership with Ms. Stephanie Love and Palatka County School District, where I will be providing counselors to Palatka. Someone talked about in the room, you need counselors. I have state funding for those individuals and those individuals who don't meet outcome and don't have insurance. Guess what? I have a whole lot of money that's to provide services. So you find me in office, I can send a council over to solve that problem. So that's something that can be solved. But here's what else, right? I can send the council over. There's free money that's out there. The state is already doing to do that. And so, in fact, if I'm pretty transparent, that's about $2 million that can pull around to provide those services. So I stand on that premise that when we got the funding for our healthcare center, I decided to go and launch another business. And for the day, for the commission that has the packets, you'll see on their CW consulting firm. It's listed up here about outright consulting. I've now partnered with outright consulting of an idea or a mission that I started pre-pandemic. And that was that our local police department in Daytona Beach, Florida, gave me space where every month I provided business consultation to members in the community. So there was no charge to it. I came every week, every month, and I met with them, and this was getting their business from inception to implementation. And that's what we did every month. And so what was born out of that was, it was an opportunity to actually create a program that would allow individuals who do not have the business skills, acumen, but it also address equity and equality for business owners as well. And so what we did is, given our history as professors, we took that and actually made it a course. So what's fun from that is we created a 16-week course that helps business owners in the respective communities. That when you sit down with us, we're going to help you go from an idea, not only an idea, but a sustainable idea to actual implementation. And even beyond those 16 weeks, what we're saying is, we're not just going to help you to get that business and start that business, but we're going to mentor you a year after that business. So all of those skills that we teach in the classroom and that we've had successes individually in our own respective businesses, we're going to come together and put that power and put it back into the community. So here's why we're here tonight. What we're saying is that we have the formula of what has happened. And before the crowd started thinning a little bit, there were individuals in the room who can provide testament that we have been instrumental in helping them to get their businesses done right here in Palatka. So it hasn't been limited to Daytona Beach, Florida. That's where I live, but for most of you who know me, you know me from being here, right? And this is where I am. Mother, father, sister, all of those folks are still here. Ms. Stephanie has been one of those folks who I continuously collaborate with when we talk about businesses and implementation, and that's how we got to providing services here. So what will happen is that we've taken and created a 16-week course. This 16-week course is outlined in the package that we've given you. We'll go from your inception to implementation, and then it would also provide what we consider to be the mentorship, which is most available. Because here's what happened. What we found is, out of all of that work that we did, when the pandemic hit, the pandemic caused individuals not to be able to apply for PPP loans. So ask yourself why those individuals weren't able to apply for it. Because anybody can go out and start a business. But what happens is they didn't factor in being compliant with your city tax, with your county tax, or even federal. And as a result, they could not even apply for the PPP loan because their business wasn't in order. Then we look at individuals that didn't have the correct insurance. Ms. Wright and I have been very successful in acquiring grants. And recently, y'all don't mind if I give her a high five, we just acquired a $338,000 grant. So we don't come to you with just an idea of what we can say. What we're saying is that you're looking at living proof that we can come in and help you to do what we've done. So let's talk about why there are benefits to masterclass.
And so the reason why, and I'm gonna look at the commission, because they gotta invest in you. The greatest investment in any community is human capital. And if we can get you generating income and those dollars are circulating back in your community, guess what happened? You then start generational poverty. You have to change your own narrative, but they gotta help. And that's why we're here. And that's why we went to a couple other counties and other cities that we're having this conversation with, so that we can meet you one-on-one in person, in addition to having a virtual component. So we're gonna meet you every week for 16 weeks for 3 hours, and we're gonna work on your business. And at the end of that, not only are you legitimate, you're gonna have the proper insurance, you're gonna have the proper taxes, you'll be able to look at what's available to the federal side, because most of us never tap into state and federal funding because we don't have our DUNS number, we don't have our SAM's information, we don't even know what it is, how to get there. How many of you know that you live in a HUD zone? How many of you tapped into HUD funds? The HUD zone fund? How many of you know that if you're a woman and you're considered a minority, that there's funding set aside just for you? So if you don't know all of that, that's what we're seeing. And how do we now not just invest in you, but we want you to invest back in us, because now that money circulates back into your community, the city of Palatka. And 7 times of generational wealth. And now we can fix those potholes. We can make sure our fire department has what they need. We can make sure our police chief has what they need. We can make sure that we have the best schools. Why? If you go to any city, most people of wealth, the first thing they ask, where the A school, and location, location, location. Why? Wealth. So we can create generational wealth, but we gotta make sure that you are in a position to do that, and that's the purpose of it. No, you may not be a millionaire, but you will be able to have a livable wage. And right now, we're going through the Department of Education to get our program approved through the Department of Education, because we don't want to just stop here. As I stated earlier, we're looking at creating a curriculum for K-8. And my focus will be middle school. If I can get you to start thinking about how to create generational wealth at a very young age, how to buy property, how to own a business, and how to now take that and pass it to the next generation, we can close that equity gap. We can close that financial gap. But it starts here. And that's why we're asking, let us help you. Been a great friend, Sharon Williams, is one of my best friends from college. I've been visiting Palatka for the last 35 years. That's how long we've been classmates and roommates and been each other's daughter. So I know Palatka intimately. I didn't ask you that. And I have to tell a quick joke. I was talking to one of your commissioners, I'm not gonna call his name. And I said, you know what? I've been knowing you for almost 36 years. I never knew your real name. What is your real name? But your point is, that's how I am so entwined with your community. And I just want each community, we have a responsibility to our youth. That's one thing Dr. Mayor McLeod said. We have a responsibility to our youth. But it has to start somewhere. And so for us, we're taking our skills, what we have done, what we've been able to do well, and say, let's look at this class, and let's look at this step by step. Let's evaluate this business. Let's sit down and find out, where do you want to go? How do you get there? And in addition, after you do that, we also have another program for businesses that have been in business for the last 3 to 5 years that are established. But they too don't know how to tap into other resources because they've never been ramped up. They're just singular. And so we want them to start looking at what else can you do to become a successful and a sustainable model for the next generation. And then start having our children start to think about, how can we take up our parents' business? Family businesses are huge. But guess who are the #1, African Americans are the #1 people that do not have family-owned businesses for 3+ generations. We gotta stop that. We have to stop that.
What I'd like to add is, you all talked about the components of not just starting a business. So many of you, my cousin has a car wash that's close to here. I wish I could say the name of the street, this time of and so my cousin, somebody's old with me, you see what I'm saying? But I remember him calling me and he said, "Cuz, I need to be set up correct." And we were able to take him and get him set up. Then I looked at my nieces, I looked at some of my sisters, and they called me and they were talking about how do we create a business? And I did something very simple for them. Being a master CPR instructor, I took all of them and made them CPR instructors. You know what that means they were able to do? Come back to nursing homes, come back to group homes, hospitals, and they were able to train people and make money. This concept's as simple as that. And so if I can brag on myself for one quick minute here, in addition to doing these things, most of you know, especially for those of you who follow me on social media, Ms. Wright and I both are Florida Supreme Court mediators. We created another business out of that. And believe me, we were just talking about how busy we were in taking these cases. And I said to her, I can't even take any more cases. Like, I need a break. And I really did stop taking a break. And then she started talking about how much she was drowning. In addition to that, I'm a Florida private investigator. I'm a Florida security officer and trainer, instructor. Not only am I a mediator, I'm a mediation trainer. She's a trainer. So we even train new mediators. So what I'm saying is it's not only about starting a business, CPR instructor, the list goes on for many things that I can do. But what I'm saying to that is it's not so much about all of these licenses and certifications, but what it's about is the sustainability of your business. And so we take that inception of the business, and the first thing we talk about is how do we keep that business sustainable? Because if we can keep that business sustainable, everything that Ms. Wright just said here about generational wealth comes into play. And sometimes, this is what I preach to people all the time. The gift most times is already in your hand. But now we just need to figure out how to implement that gift, how to monetize it. I have the gift of running my mouth. So you know what? I grew intellect. But see, it's Sugar Hill. But you know what? Out of all the times that the teachers put me out of the classroom, I went and became a college professor. They paid me to run my mouth. I am a well-paid motivational speaker. They pay me to run my mouth. Now I'm a trainer. Guess what I get paid to do? So sometimes the gift is already in the hand. But what needs to happen is you have an idea, but you really don't know how to bring that to fruition. Well, guess what? You have 2 business college professors standing in front of you that can help you not only in theory, but also in practice. And then we have the certifications behind us where we can help you to become certified or licensed in those areas. And what we can do, of course, you already know we have established partnerships to be able to help you to get what it is that you need to. So what we're saying is, as we come to you, we're coming to you to say, we're coming to your community. You don't have to send anybody to Daytona Beach. We're coming to you in your community. The money stays in your community. The reinvestment is in your community. So even when we talk about equity and equality, we're talking about doing this after hours. So you don't have to quit your job. We'll be here just like tonight, committed, working with you. And then, here's the thing. Here's what else you get. We bring a CPA in front of you. We bring a bookkeeper in front of you, because some people don't even know the difference, right? We bring a marketing expert in front of you. So all of those folks that help us, because I don't do it by myself. I really don't. There's a tribe that comes behind me and makes this possible. So we're going to bring all of those folks and put them in your face and say, here's what they can do to teach you, not do it for you. You're going to be standing up here just as lecturers and teachers to help you to implement that. So we're going to provide the training. We're going to bring it to you. We're going to bring the experts to you and be able to implement this program for you in your city of Palatka.
Like I said, COVID actually gave us this window of opportunity because most people weren't able to pivot. Had many businesses that I worked with, and at that time was at the equipment, we had some funding that we said, okay, let us try to get you some laptops. Let us see what we can do to help you, because you got to pivot. Many of them had never really advertised their businesses on social media. And so we worked with this restaurant who said, I just don't know what I'm gonna do. We said, let's talk about takeout. Takeout, yeah. That company, almost now 100% of their business is totally takeout. They almost never service anyone within their restaurant. And they've actually made more money focusing on takeout, because at that time, everybody just wanted to have something different or didn't want to go to the store, and they just advertised about takeout. So we do have to learn how to do it. We could have another COVID. And regardless of what anybody tells you from our work with the Department of Health, COVID is not dead. It may be another variant. The numbers may be down, and I'm so happy about that. But something's always lurking And so as a business, most small businesses were not able to pivot and do something different. And so you're gonna have to be able to take what you do good, like he said. And most of the businesses had to move to a virtual format. And the only thing that we had an advantage because we were always teaching online. So we understood the virtual world where most businesses did not. So thank you for your time. If you all have any questions for us.
Well, any questions from the commission? So one question that comes to mind is, we talk about costs per business. And that was one of the things that I asked you guys about. Can you kind of break down what costs look like ballpark per business as it relates to the program? And really how, and then get into how it benefits the existing businesses to help them maximize the profit.
So we're looking at, it's gonna cost about $2,100 per business. And the reason why 16 weeks, we will mentor you for a year out, but we're gonna bring in people who can help you. So if you have a legal issue, you need to speak with an attorney, we're gonna have someone help you get your papers filed, that'll help your filing. We're gonna bring in an accountant, a CPA, and a bookkeeper. Bookkeeper do your month-to-month information, but the CPA actually gets your taxes and tell you what's your filing status, how you should file. Then we have our marketing. So we're gonna have someone, if you don't have a website, you gotta be on social media. So you need to make sure you have a Facebook account for your business. You have, professional headshot, Twitter. Believe it or not, you gotta be there. That is where the money is being made. So you can't have your personal, because often what we see many small businesses do, they connect their personal with their business. No, they're two separate entities. Who you are in your person, it should not be who you are in your business. So you have to have all of that. In addition to that, then for the rest of that year after the 16 weeks, now we're gonna mentor you. We're gonna make sure, we're gonna call and say, hey, Tara, did you complete blah, 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 blah? I'm looking on your social media account and I understand that you're having a meeting next week. Why is it just been advertised? Let's get this up. Let's create a flyer because that's our job to make sure that you're successful. And what the city needs to do is not look at an incubator. They have a feasibility study. They need to provide us an incubator so as small businesses grow, they have a place they can call home. And they have a place where they can come and they can make copies and they can be faxed and they can make phone calls. And if they need to sit on the computer, they can do that. They have little cubicles or we say maker spaces where there's a whole bunch of people in one room, but they're all working regardless to their business. So they gotta be able to find a way to do some incubator space.
Organizations like Helping Hands, for example, who have been the trenches thus far, helping local businesses establish. Are there opportunities that exist for them? What you guys do?
Sure, we can collaborate. I didn't know about Helping Hands, but I did talk to, I know it was a group here through the University of North Florida. Most of their focus was focused on funding more so than the grounding. But we'd love to talk to your nonprofit.
And I think the edge is with us, again, is that we are individuals that you would be able to put your hands on and be there to walk them through it. Because what we end up saying is go do this and go do that. And we really don't take for granted. People just don't know.
You have a question?
Hey, do you have people in staff that assist with innovations, patent filing, and the development of intellectual property?
That would be through an attorney. Yes, we have an attorney. So they would actually help you with that. And we also work with nonprofits. Believe it or not, nonprofits, I heard someone say they're not receiving the funding that they normally do. Actually, nonprofits have received far more funding during COVID than most people realize. You're just not connected. You don't know where to go. You don't know how to navigate. But nonprofits have received a record amount of money during COVID than any other business.
You can assist with. You gonna be available for questions? Sure. Okay. If you got any additional questions, she'll take after the meeting. Just give it to them. I know we want to be mindful of your time. I know we're going well beyond where we thought we would be. But I would definitely appreciate seeing you around the call. Quickly, I know you didn't expect to be on the agenda right now. Just give a quick summary of where you were, so for those who were not present, and what you actually doing from the housing perspective, as well as what does. So
My name is Carrie Davis, President and CEO of Wealth Watchers, located at 5310 Lenox Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida, 32205. Anyway. First of all, I want to say good evening, everyone, and I wanted to not only recap what we discussed last time, but to bring you some quick updated information. We talked about the owner-occupied rehab that needs to occur within the city and what we've done in terms of home inspections, et cetera. The ask was we need approximately $400,000 in order to make that happen. That we have the funds that we're bringing to the table as well as NEFCA to add with that, so that we can ensure that we stabilize each of the homes, which is part of what the American Rescue Plans funds can be used for. As many of you are aware, and some of you may not be, Wealth Watchers is a housing counseling community development organization. So as I heard tonight, you know, it was hard to stay in my seat, but as it relates to owner-occupied rehab, one of the projects that I decided to expand into Palatka without any funds needed from the city of Palatka is our workforce development program, which is called Coffee, creating opportunities for future employees and entrepreneurs. Because as was stated earlier, not all young people want to work for something. Others want to be entrepreneurs. But what I also want to share, so I've done some research since the last time we met about the different rescue funds that were available. So the funds that I talked about, there were the ARP Home. And for those of you who are not in the nonprofit world, I apologize for all the acronyms. However, so those funds could have been used for owner-occupied housing, but they decided to use $62 million, which is the bulk of those funds, for rental housing. There's also about $5 million of that money that will be used for tenant-based vouchers. So that's from the state level. Now, what I do want to quickly, very quickly, but slowly talk about funds. Tonight I heard on multiple occasions the need for rental assistance, utility assistance, and mortgage assistance. The Department of Economic and Opportunity received over $676 million to provide homeowner relief. So they're not doing rental assistance, but they are doing homeowner relief. And this is probably the most comprehensive catalog of services that they've ever provided. So they're going to provide assistance for mortgages. So they're not only going to be paying past due amounts, but they'll also be paying forward. Utility, insurance, property insurance, property taxes. They'll also be paying property taxes, also for internet. So I encourage everyone, especially my fellow nonprofits that are here, to go to the Department of Economic Opportunity, DEO, and read the allocation plan for the housing assistance funds. Now, what that means for you guys is those funds are already there. So I would suggest also that your funds, which are a lot more limited in terms of dollar amount, be used to support the nonprofits with case management. So while these programs are available on the state level, without the case managers, and most of the nonprofits, I can assure you, are providing that assistance to the individuals already. So that's something you want to look at. CDBG-DR could be used for owner-occupied. So here's the thing, none of the state funds, the way that they're using their dollars, none of them decided to use it for owner-occupied rehab. And we all know if we don't stabilize the housing, you're going to end up with the increase in homeless population. And you're going to end up with a lot of individuals being dislocated. So with that being said, I definitely would recommend pulling all of your nonprofit agencies together to show them the Treasury Department how to look up what those funds could be used for, because Treasury tells you
in great detail exactly what those funds can be used for. Just oftentimes, the state or the city will decide to use them in other ways. So they limit how those funds can be used, but Treasury gives you a very broad. How quick was that?
Any questions? Any questions? Also, another resource is ourflorida.com.
Yes, for renters.
For rental assistance, and so they just renewed and extended the program.
And received $700 million.
And there's $700 million repeat, but sorry not there, but there's another opportunity there for anyone who needs help. Again, it's ourflorida.com. Go to the renter section of the webpage and you can apply online, and they're giving rental assistance in 6 months at increments. So, any questions from Ms. Davis? I know we were here before. We talked about the resources that have been approved to help homeowners within the community. Talk about the allocation of $250,000. Commissioner Moore quickly indicated that he wanted to do more than just $250. And so we appreciate you. We're going to continue deliberations and questions. So again, always thank you to Well Watchers for considering Palatka, bringing forth information, whether it's helping our seniors with USDA grant opportunity or home rehab, or even financial literacy courses or homeownership opportunities that exist as well. And so it's always a pleasure to have you here and to have you with the Black in your heart.
Well, thank you. You guys have a good.
You have a question for me?
Okay, it was a road, it's a, Bruce Lane, do y'all go out that way? Out there was by, Ms. Ellen Green, live out that way, y'all go out that way?
County.
County. Yes, Bruce Lane. So y'all right that way? County.
You gotta go past the cleaners. Right behind the dry cleaners.
Then you got to do something about the road.
Any other questions we have?
Give them a
Ms. Bass, have a question?
I want to know.
All right, again, thank you, everybody. We're gonna, let's have some questions about it. Yeah, here you go.
We have.
My name is Elfrida Road, and I reside at 621 16th Street. And I wanted to stop by to ask if there was any possible that they could help us on the north side. There are a number of us that are retired. I retired and come back to Putnam County, residing in my old family home. There are several of us on that street are single seniors that have health issues, heart problems, other problems. But we had a shooting on 16th Street, corner of 16th and Johnson. The next street on 17th Street in Johnson. And it's very fearful for us that own our homes to be so fearful to go out day or night. We need to have some resolution in our communities for our seniors, the ones that are paying tax dollars to keep our homes up. So if there's nothing that you can do with the police or whatever, is it possible that you could put road bumps in our streets? Our streets are being run over with fast cars and loud music that jars my heart, my device at night. We need to have something done for seniors who have worked and maintained our property. And a lot of them are single women. So it is imperative that we kind of do something and they're all over our community. We're also surrounded by public housing, but nevertheless, we need to have some assistance so our seniors will not be so fearful, not just at night, but during the day also. I live on the trail. I live right on the trail, 16th and Donna. And I fear for my life when I walk down the trail. This should not be. So I like to just say, this is the law.
So I saw Ms. Root a couple of days ago, and I asked her to come in here just so that she can make a request publicly and so that we can understand what the thought processes are as a whole, particularly from our seniors and seniors who come back to be people who return home because at the end of their careers, they wanted to return to the Palatka solitude. And so I wanted her to reach out and Chief, if you can, just have a quick conversation with her and so she can kind of give you some information as well. And she's got a group of individuals on there, homeowners who are willing to stand up and help as well. All right. At this time, Commission, you've heard from the community, and I think more than anything else, you got a recommendation from staff as it relates to where we are. But I want to have a quick conversation with this commission so that we can give some clear direction of what priorities are in place. And at our next meeting, we can have a proposed budget of how we're going to spend those 2 troughs, so that we can best benefit everyone that's in place. You've heard business owners talk about the need for additional assistance. So you got people like Ms. Oliver, whose business, cosmetology type businesses, which were closed down during the course of the pandemic, who are asking for additional assistance. You've got individuals who are asking for housing assistance. You got people who are asking for mental health assistance, crime prevention, all these different areas are on the books. You've heard the request. And so now the difficult conversation comes up on how we start to look at prioritize what exactly we're going to do. And so are there any questions, suggestions from the commission as a whole?
I mean, overall, I would like for us to businesses who have identified the need to see if there is to take into consideration, not saying that we will, but I do believe that we should consider, because I believe that the statement has been made several times previously too, that we're putting people, we want to make sure that we put people over.
That's absolutely correct. And also for the people who are business, it has to be directly related to that's one of the criteria. So keep that in mind as well. In terms of the other things, in terms of spending the funding for, we certainly want to make sure that we address the public safety for not only the development, but for everybody in the whole community, but more specifically our elderly, because they take care of a lot of our young people. And also our homeowners for taxes. We want to make sure and those funds can be used for people who have been impacted by anything. That's what we want to do. That's why I want to push a little bit more to give in those areas. And we will continue with our infrastructure, but we got to take care of some of these people who've been impacted and have a real true need. As we just heard this group gave her statements about the various things that she's dealing with. And we have a number of people in that same state or work. So we just got to take care of people who have helped the city. Their tax dollars. They pay it for, so we got to get it back.
We appreciate everyone that came out. We know that there was a lot of information that was disseminated, and we they take home information, they don't have lots of questions, so please don't let this be the end all. I have seen lots of shared information in the audience for tonight for those folks, the no individuals that were not able to come out. We ask that you share this information, and if you have any questions, please go to the contact us. We will make sure people are part of it.
Thank you. Two things. One of the areas where I saw the need, where we identified a project that I've been pitching, and I think it has a consensus, the entire commission about removing blight throughout our neighborhoods. I would like to see those dollars increase. I say we allotted 200,000. I think another 100,000, like $300,000 should go in that pot to try to clean up our neighborhoods. And that goes into what Ms. Ashley Oliver was saying about the potholes and stuff like that. We know that we have problems. It was suggested. I don't know where that is at this time, but I also would like to see the roads in the communities resurface, as you know. That is a big concern. Most of the times I talk to constituents, they talk about those roads. So I don't want that to get lost. If it's a spending, if it can be on the spending plan or spending project, I would like to see that added. See, we took away the utility assistant payment. Staff recommended that we don't do that. Those $50,000 that's taken away down to the bottom of the sheet. And I would like to have a little more dialogue on that to find out exactly what can we do, because that's what people like Mr. McCoy was talking about. That's their business. That's what they do. So if we can help them in any kind of way, we need to see what we can do. And lastly, community programs. Number one project description issue is we don't have any dollars in it. So we don't know what's available. We tell people to apply, but how much funds are going to be available? That's up to you. I would like, okay, so commission, we need to, what are we going to do? We see most of the people here are talking about doing things, intervention, programs, but there's no dollar amount. What are we going to try to set aside, earmark for those things?
And just moving forward with some of the suggestions of what I've heard tonight, I tried to put some numbers behind the thoughts that were out there. And so here's my recommendation for what we need to do with our ARPA funds. And it's something that I've kind of gone through, and these numbers are fluid. As it relates to housing and home repair, $400,000. Business development, $100,000. Utility assistance, $350,000. Vocational rehab, vocational education, and technical programs, $100,000. Creation of a youth council, $25,000. Mobile showers for the homeless and other homeless programs, $50,000. Mental health dollars geared towards crime prevention as well as wellness, $100,000. Public art, $50,000. Paving, including portions of 8 Philip Randolph, as well as 11th Street Business Corridor and business development along the corridor to deal with blight, $300,000. John Henry Pop Lloyd Sports Complex completion, including the health, the walking path for health and all those other different areas, as well as the revitalization aspects to connect the trail to the area, $250,000 to create the gateway on 11th and 10th Street. Broadband access so that we can have job creation as well as so that children can have connectivity, $250,000. For our fire, for the fire department, $330,000 so that they can have the packs. Some money towards microphones and sound for this facility. And lastly, $100,000 to go towards removal of light within the community, additional community programming and education. And so those were the areas that I saw that opportunity existed. I wanted to release you those a framework. It comes in slightly under $3 million. It still leaves $2.4 million to use for infrastructure projects. But I wanted to make sure that we emphasize something differently than what Pastor McCoy said, is that we have a heart for people and we put people above projects. We can continue to do all the projects in the world, but if we've got a beautiful city that's a gateway, we build a great gateway to a beautiful city of broken people. We still got a city of broken people. So at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we raise the floor in order to raise the ceiling, because we can provide access and opportunity for our citizens. The city will continue to be fruitful and the resources will be available to do projects all day long. But if we don't restore the people, we will be a dying city again. Yes, ma'am. We knew that.
Claudia Sharon Jones has been asking you all to do something to her little road out there by her house. 612 North 6th Street. Don't say it now, just tell me later. Yes or no? You don't have to tell me.
Yes, it's on, emphasized or re-emphasized.
Finishing the paving from 6th around to 5th that we started a few years back, where she should be flooded. Yes, ma'am.
You need to up your, estimate on the mobile shower.
The last estimate that I saw was $40,000. What do you want me to up it to?
Well, the one that we saw, that came to do a presentation with first was about 75.
Well, the one they showed me was 40, but I don't have a problem upping it to 75. And we can use the rest of that for homeless programs as well if there's any surplus. But I think homelessness is a real issue in Putnam County. It is an issue that is to be tackled by the county from a financial standpoint, because it's one of the things that falls within their purview of what they do as a county. And that's the way the funding trickles down from the state. But I don't think that the county should have to operate in a silo. But I also think consciously we have to look at what's going on, because what the visible homelessness that we see is one thing, and we see that very prevalent within the city of Palatka. But homelessness comes in various forms, and homelessness can be someone living at a family member's home temporarily and doing other things. And I think that we have to make sure that we continually address it. And I think this is strictly nothing more than a bandage on a festering sore, but it at least is a start consciously to get to a point where we at least meet one of the immediate needs, which is the ability to be able to bathe. And I think that if we have those resources in place, it gives us the opportunity to check that off the box. And then hopefully we can get people to start to move towards other pieces of homelessness.
Thank you.
So are there any comments about what I just recommended, or any additions, or to move forward so that staff has at least some framework going forward, even from the audience as you're thinking, and from the commission as we're moving forward?
I think that's a great list. You initiated. I think looking at that list, and then I think as a commission, we can add in additional things that could go for the other 2.5 or additional items. But again, coming back to the homelessness, homelessness is bigger than just being homeless, because you got a mental aspect to that portion as well. So a lot of time people can be, well, people are homeless, they don't want to cooperate with societal rules, norms, whatever it may be. So it's a big thing, and we need to be able to tackle that in the city, the county, in various agencies, businesses. We all need to pitch in and be able to help. And we need to be creative as it relates to raising funds. It should not be on the county or the city or what have you. It's a whole, all the entities are part of this. And sometimes you have people who are doing things like, as well as saying, people are doing things individually, but collectively, if we know that we have a homeless problem, it doesn't take that much. We can be creative in terms of people in various companies giving a small contribution every week or every 2 weeks, 50 cents or $1 from their paycheck. So, but anyway, we just need to be able to tackle the homeless thing in a number of different ways and not just put it on one agency, but we do this thing collectively.
I just wanted to add, as he was talking about the homeless, I stand by what I committed to. The state gave us, my agency, funding to provide services for individuals. And that includes, what I hear you saying, and what I heard everyone in this room saying is really, you all need a holistic approach. And that's what I've been attempting to do. So within my small agency, I've started where we provide infectious disease for HIV, STDs, which really largely affects the Black community. Additionally, we have mental health services, substance use, we have case management, we have psychiatric services, prevention and intervention services. The only thing that I've been able to tackle is dental. And once I find a dentist, we go add that in as well. And so what I'm saying to you all as a commission is, I have funding for Circuit 7, which includes Putnam County. And the state has given me the funding. The only thing they would not give me is a facility. So if the commission is willing to step up, the funding is there.
Done. If I can get forehead nods. See that guy in the back in the corner? Talk to him. 27 rooms. It's under the facilities center. And we're developing a plan right now to try to move forward with that. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to have that conversation and become a reality. So anything else before we adjourn? Homes, council, the night is far spent. If we were at church, we were adjourned.